Alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here. Let's cut it. Break our seven seals. Okay, brothers and sisters, this intent is to get a full version of what I started yesterday. Hopefully, have ample time, barring any technical difficulties. Guess we get through it. So it's going to be a while because it's quite a lot of information, right? Go over. Because we're at war, brothers and sisters. In fact, we've been at war for 40 years more. They attacked us 40 years ago. As long as there's a warrior standing, the war still continues. As long as there's one soldier standing, one warrior standing, the war continues. They declare war on us. On us. The war continues. But this $5,000 here, no one challenges it because they can't. That tells you all you need to know. And they won't do it openly because they don't want you to, if you don't know about this, they don't want to draw your attention to me because that'll cause more problems for them. Because people ask, why don't you step up and get that $5,000? That should be easy. I mean, you Elijah's minister? You're anointed? You're the Messiah? It's easy. If you don't want to do it, just send one of your members over. They can use $5,000. No. Cricket. They said no one calls a liar. Can you read that? I've been calling alive for 35 years. Actually longer. It hasn't been around 35 years. Right? And I challenged him. He said, no one step up and challenge us. I've been challenged. This is a challenge, ain't it? It's been out for several years. That shows they're liars. So let's move on, brothers and sisters. We're going to talk about the weapons of war. Main weapon of war is the mind. Right now, your mind's working against you, but we're going to solve that problem. And see, this is the Messiah talking here. Farrakhan claims Messiah, so we're going to examine that and be the Messiah. Because see, when you read the scripture, you have to understand who's the one talking there. Who's talking? And that's not some mystery God, because it's saying, I'm going to jump you under my feet and all these type of things like that. I mean, we don't expect this mystery God to come do all that kind of stuff, right? That's men's work. To prepare for battle. What does mystery God need to prepare for battle for? I mean, all you got to do is wave a wand and the whole universe comes into existence. All you got to do is say, boo. You know, all devils, why I got to fight people? He just say, boo. It was like, God said, I got to fight these ants. You just step on them, it's over. So it's not a mystery God talking here. Try the wine press alone. So when if you're just mystery God, you don't need anybody to help you anyway. See, so you got when you read scripture, you say, who is talking here? So it's the Messiah is talking here. Somebody's healthy, powerful, and angry. Look at this. No, frequent. The impression you get from this, right? Emotions. Right? I have tried the wine press alone. Other people, there was none with me. He's the wine press. He's at war by himself. He's attacking the enemy by himself. It says in Angel, right? You call Revelations. Who make war with the beast? They tell me that Sunday, they don't know what talking about. Farrakhan in a wheelchair, he gonna make war with the beast? Who make war with the beast? Who's like the beast? Who can make it says these 10 horns made war with the lamb, and he overcame him. The lamb could do it by itself. I mean, the lamb does a lot of things by itself, don't he? Not only that. Not only that, but right? Like, see, like I say, he does it and break the seals by himself. No one could do it but him. Let me speak to one thing before I forget. I keep forgetting this, brothers and sisters. No. During Yaku's time, the seal Bible and everything put because it was a time of strength. So emphasis was made to the male. So we equal, male and female. So like if you're in the military, right, you got an officer, so officer everybody what to do, right? Because I mean he knows because it's a time of strength, and you want put your best arm, right? If you're right-handed, it's time of strength, you want to put that right hand up front. And that's the main reason why it happened like that. Right? Because we're equal. And in the time of beauty, right? And they got it. Right? They're more beautiful than we are. Right? We want beauty. We want heaven. Well, they don't even want to give it to us. I told you they are heaven. So then when you want to put your heaven in charge, that means it's even better. You want to tell your heaven what to do, that means you're going to F it up. So the days of telling we females what to do, how to act, how to dress, and that kind of stuff, that time is over. That's the decision they have to make. And like I was watching this thing last night where I guess on the Supreme Court they got the females and everything. I don't want to be judged by no females. I don't want females to judge me. And the females don't want your dumb ass to judge them either. How a female can judge me? She don't know whether to be a male and how I'm gonna look at things perspective. And I don't know how she is. See, that's why everything's all messed up now. Not that we'll need judges, but if we do need them, right? They'll be female judges judging females. They don't want to understand them properly. I put everything in perspective here. Yeah. I stand back because I really can't do justice to the females here because but we at war. So I have to look at from that perspective. Right? I always keep my eyes open and ears open to what they're saying. Because I know I ain't going to agree with it. I ain't going to understand it. Right? Right? I'm going to wake up in the morning. You understand? Okay, let's move on, brothers and sisters. I kept meaning to say that, speak to that, right? It says male and female. We've always been equal. It's just the time remember you got seasons. So like we put Adam in charge because it was time of season. So in this season, strength required. So put the male in charge. You understand? It's not that Adam was equal to us. He's better than us. It's winter season. He's a winter person. So it's the strength season requires strength. And so the male was in charge. But we get out of here, it's be spring. That's spring season, beauty. That's when things start growing, beauty and everything. Well, then, okay. I'm Lincoln, sister. Whatever you want, whatever you need, just this. Your wish is my command. Whatever you wish is going to make me happy. Why would I be upset about you making me happy? Why wouldn't I submit to you making me happy? We got to see our brains, we got to get everything straightened back out. We also got to understand how seasons work. So we know how to adjust the seasons. This world has no idea about seasons. I got to tell you the season things. That's why you get scriptures to deal with different seasons. That's something you haven't been taught. Now I tell you about, he didn't tell you seasons, but not directly, right? But when you understand scripture, then that's what it's all about. Now I tell you season, I tell you exactly how seasons work and approximately how long each season lasts, about 6,000 years. Right? Then you got seasons within seasons, like you got hours within days and days within weeks. So I've tried in wide press alone, and people, there was none none with me, for I will tread them in mine anger. So it's not a mystery God talking. It's somebody, a man, that's getting ready to go to war with other flesh beings and trampling my fury and their blood. They got blood, right? They have those crack flowing to their brains or whatever. They got blood. So it's the Messiah talking here. So you want so when you meet the Messiah, that's the kind of talk that because that's the talking. So you see the spirit of his talk, right? For the day of vengeance is my heart. He got a heart. He's out for vengeance. What God need for vengeance for? Right? This is the mystery God he's talking about. And the year of my redeemed is come. Right? My redeemed, that's his people. He's getting ready to purify, lift up. Because the year of my redeemed has come now. I'm going to fight now. I'm going to battle for my people. The year of my redeemed has come now. It's time to go to war. Now look, there was none to help. I wondered, there was none to uphold. There was my own arm brought the salvation to me. I did it all by myself. In my fury, it upheld me. I will tread down the people in mine anger. That's the enemies. He's going to tread them down, make them drunk in my fury. I'll bring them down, bring down their strength to the earth. This is the spirit of the Messiah. So let's look at some other people claim they're the Messiah, see if they got that spirit. Because that's tough. That's war talk there. And that's the spirit. That's where he say he come in. That spirit he's coming in. Okay? When we show up, that spirit he's coming in, right? Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, brothers and sisters.
I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me, for I will tread them in mine anger, and trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain all my raiment. For the day of vengeance is in mine heart, and the year of my redeemed is come. 5 And I looked, and there was none to help, and I wondered that there was none to uphold, therefore mine own arm brought salvation unto me, and my fury, it upheld me. 6 And I will tread down the people in mine anger, and make them drunk in my fury, and I will bring down their strength to the earth.
If you understand the angel key, you know what they're talking about. Europeans, because they represent the earth. That's an old story. So we learn the angel key, and it explains it all. Then here, you see, and you read this thing. And do you think you will enter the garden while there's yet befallen you the lack of what befell those who passed away before you? That means the garden is that's what you want to get to. That's your paradise, the garden, right? But you ain't there. And between you and there's distress, affliction, and violence between you and that. So wherever you are, you got to pass through that to get to the garden. So you say, well, where does that come from? That's the people that got you in hell. That's what they're going to do to you to prevent you from getting into the garden. That's right here. That's saying they're going to attack us. When they see you heading towards the garden, see, this won't happen to you unless you're trying to get out of here, get to the garden. You got to read these things carefully. When you trying to, as long as you not going along with this, fine. But if you try to say, yeah, I'm getting the hell out of here and I'm going to the garden, getting the hell out of here, going home, right? Then you're going to get stress, affliction, and violence. So the stress and affliction precedes the violence. That means they're going to try to stop you. Try to stop you from even thinking about going there. They see you on, right? You move in that direction, right? You see what I'm saying? That's another way. I said all these things saying the same thing. It's just come from different perspectives, saying the exact same thing I've been saying earlier. Right? And so found that the messenger who believed with him said, "Where will the help of Allah come?" That means it was even the messenger was shaken, but you'll be helped. See, the God's going to help you. Even the messenger, because remember what it says in there. It says, right? He says, remember the Son of Man says, I mean, great distress is accomplished. See, I put this together. So even he's in distress because he's on the ground with you. But the God, he's above. That's why he says, you called him. He, oh, okay, I'll come and help. But he in the middle of it. See? He's on the plane, checking everything out. But the Messiah, he's down there with you. This is all say the same thing. I keep telling you that. Perspectives, like like male and female. 4 plus 3, 1 plus 6, both of them is 7. Just different, but equal. And here, right? Allah the best knower. This is the Quran. It says holy and perfect, pure, and everything else, right? That's what they say. So what it tells you, I'm just cut the chase. I got a lot to talk about, bro, so I can't go into the details and stuff, but it says this is Allah's talking. And he says, no doubt in this. He says you have to believe in the Quran, this book, and the book before, the Bible. But they say, oh, well, then they call God a liar. That's what he says. That's what he says. He says, Allah the best knower. So you quibble with that if you like. And here, those who conceal all the book that Allah revealed and take for a small price, they eat nothing but find their bellies. Allah will not speak to them on their resurrect, nor be pure for them in their painful chastisement. Or they're on the wrong side of this thing. They're getting their ass kicked too. These are by error for guidance and chastisement for forgiveness. See? Because if they hide, now we notice that certain people, it talks about the Abrahamic vision covenant. The covenant is with God's word. That means it will not change. Covenant is like saying, that's my word. And the covenant of Abram says, after 400 years, we will return home and tell you exactly when, where, and who. When? After 400 years? Who? Us. See Abraham that suffered 400 years under these devils? And where? Between Euphrates and River Egypt. That's Arabia. Look on the map, any map. But wow, that's concealed. Farrakhan don't talk about that. But yeah, he's supposed to be the Messiah. The Messiah's one supposed to take us there, but he never mentions it, ever. He never mentions it. But that's his mission. The Messiah, and he never mentioned it. Plus, he never mentioned the message of the covenant either. So none of the other clowns do. So you see, they conceal. That means they conceal it. You can't conceal any of the book. I don't conceal any of it. I don't disregard any of it. I have concerns about the translation. There's a lot of translations. I look at translations and weigh them, try to find which one, right? Unless I can find a transliteral. I have a transliteral, so that's, but then the transliteral is problematic too, to some certain point, because it's transliteral from what? The Greek from Jehovah's Witness. And they got that Jehovah in there, which is not right. But the angel key helps me to edit it, weigh it, make sure it's, without that, I had some issues. Unless I could learn to read Aramaic and Hebrew. So and so we're looking to see who we're talking. They said, and you shouldn't jump over. You can't conceal any of it, all of it. If you conceal all of any of it, a word, you don't see me conceal anything. I can explain it all. So he tells people, wait, what about that? Well, no, okay.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement. And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
They openly do that all the time. They openly do it. All of them. Then plus the rest of them. They openly do it all the time. They say we ain't going anywhere. When God gave his word. His word, he said, I made a covenant. That means you got my word. And he said, no, your word don't mean shit, because we ain't going nowhere. Then he tells you, right? The messenger of covenant, he's coming. He's going, ain't no doubt about it. He will be there. That's God talking again, right? And they don't even mention him. They say Elijah, the last one, nobody after him. When it clearly says, the messenger of the covenant, who Elijah Muhammad prepared the way for. They're guilty of all this, so you gotta, if you're with these guys, if you're a demon, you have no choice. Otherwise, you gotta disregard the Bible, but it said you can't do that. But then you gotta disregard the Quran too. So you gotta disregard the Quran, you gotta disregard the Bible, then you say, okay, I'm with them. They know better. Whatever. Come on, brothers and sisters. Okay, I will have to take a break on this one, brothers and sisters, because this is some sick crap here.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flager as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is, you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor,
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you. Go ahead.
One more time, brother.
That's some sick crap there, brothers and sisters. Like I said, if Elijah was present, he would cut his throat. That's been his son. He would cut his throat himself. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. And that would be the easiest thing he would do. He would cut his throat. Because that had nothing to do with Elijah. You can't find anything in Elijah Muhammad's teachings, in his books, in the lessons, anything that even come close to supporting that. It's totally opposite. Anyway, The most you probably know is about eugenics. You need to check out eugenics, right? Maybe. Well, so eugenics was something they came with like in a I don't know they had world what do you call them? What's call those things? World. What do you call them? Let me look that look. 76 years old, bro. She can't remember anything anymore. Can't remember my name. I was kidding my wife about that. You don't do that. So don't worry, I remember for you. Oh, World's Fair, that's what it is. World's Fair. I don't know if they have it anymore, but you have a World Fair. And they had I don't think every year or whatever. Anyway, the big one they had like in 20s, and they had there's another one I didn't get to that one right now. But eugenics was a thing. See, the thing is that when Hitler came to this master race theory, and they asked where he got. He said, "I got that from America." That's what it is. Because see that eugenics movement started here. And he said he got those. That's what Hitler said. I got this ideas for y'all, right? Well, eugenics, and they really blown it over here, right? But eugenics was their science. They was using like what's that guy's name? His name in here. Mendeleev was one of them. He the one came with that idea about evolution. That other guy here was, let's see if I hear his name. Okay, and this is what's called, what's the name the one Planned Parenthood, whatever her name is, right? All that came out of this. It came out of this because what this idea was that was what perfect. White Caucasian was the perfect race. And all the idea was is get rid of everybody else. Yeah. Birth control, what was it? Marcus Singer. That was the idea. And as eugenics. And that was a big display back in the World's Fair back in, I think it was, let's say we year, early 20th century. Okay, well, it was the early part of last century, right? 1900s, 18s, late. And that was the thing. And that they went out and abortion, because remember, she was going to use abortion to do it, right? And they were taking sterilized, right? They would sterilize black women. In fact, that if a black, and it was doing that even up into the late 70s. They might even be doing it now. She go to have a baby, they wouldn't tell her, they tied tubes. Or fix so she couldn't have any more babies, and she wouldn't know it. That's sterilization. So in the United States, slavery and its legacies, fears of miscongenation. I said my probably saying that right. And eugenics were deeply connected in the early 20th century. Prominent American eugenicists expounded their concerns of race suicide or an increasingly differential birth rates. In other words, because you're going to see on that, the reason I'm saying this because I'm going to talk about this leads into it. Concerns of differential birth rate because that was one thing in Scripture. It says we need to do something because they might it was populating, and if you read it says the more they oppressed us, the more we populated, and so they had to find a way to get rid of us. So abortion was their first attempt. When that didn't work, they said throw them in the river, but you need to understand there's a key for that because that means create a war, not a nuclear war. In the war, would be annihilated. See. And when you understand what's going on, because that's why they picking a war with China. They don't want a nuclear war. They're picking a war with China. Because China's got over 1 billion people, like what, 5, 6 times, 7 times? They, like the scripture, they can put a 200 million man army. The United States can't do anywhere near that. There's only about 200 million people here altogether. Most of them ain't Caucasian. I mean, well, you understand what I'm saying? So they get a war with China. That means they have to they have to go back to draft. Because I mean, if that meant they have to draft every able-bodied person. See? So who you think gonna get first? Remember Trump? He all this stuff, but he got deferments. A lot of other people, Biden, all of them, they talk all that stuff, but they don't want to go. I could have got a deferment. I didn't know it. I had one deferment because I was the only son, and that if you're only son, that's a deferment. I could have got it, didn't know it. Right. But I didn't know that was a whole different story for me. You understand? But the point is, they ain't gonna be on the deferments. And that brother's in jail, right? And that they can get the women too now. See, all this has been set up, man. You're not paying attention. All this being set up, and you're just not paying attention. They already got everything set to go. And so that's why they want to pay. So in other words, they have to, and they throw you in there, so throw you in the river. It'd be so much, and then once America see that they lost, like what like in Ukraine. Look how many people are losing over there. Okay. So because what? How many able? We got over 1 million in prison. So if you say, just say there's only 17 million of original, 17 million of demons. Just take the 17 million, right? Okay. So if you say half of that, just break it down to 18 million. Half of that would be 9 million, right? 9 million males. If you say half, right? And then you can say maybe 1/3 of that is elderly and 1/3 is too young, right? So we're talking about 9. So you only got about 3 million left. That's able-bodied producers, and they have draft every one of them. Could have a 200 million man army, and they got a term called cannon fodder. But see, you don't understand stuff. It sounds like a spiritual theory to you. But I'm gonna show you some stuff in a minute. See, because this is so hot, you can't touch it. Ooh, but see, you don't know. See, because they got you on some super opioids. You put your hand on hot, you don't feel nothing. Fires all around, you don't feel anything. So the thing is that so that's what it's saying here, because we was overpopulated. Their fear was we overpopulate them, and then war against them because revenge. Because remember, these people are under Pharaoh's control. So why would they get revenge? He's been oppressing them for 400 years. That is fear. We'd overpopulate, right? Side with the enemies, attack them, and get the hell out of here. And that's exactly right. We're going to do it once they attack us. See? If you understand, anyway. So, and that's the problem. It says, and early prominent American eugenics expounding their concerns of race suicide and increasingly of differential birth rates between immigrants and non-Nordic races. In other words, non-white. They're trying to clean this up. But anyway, they said it originally. Compared to native-born Nordic whites, but they really illegals too, ain't they? In other words, niggas and everybody else is out reproducing them. Eugenics use this concerns to promote discriminatory policies like anti-immigration and sterilization. They say we bring this back, anti-immigration, that's Trump, right? And sterilization, that's on the books too, because that's what COVID was supposed to do. I don't want to get to that, brothers and sisters. I talk about it, so much talk, I just can't talk about all this stuff. I'll be here forever. See, there's a whole controversy coming about that. I explained it when it came, back in 2000, when it first came out, I explained it. American eugenics from a variety of disciplines declared certain individuals unfit, certain individual niggas, few-minded or antisocial, which resulted in involuntary sterilization of at least 60,000 people through 30 states laws by the 1970s. They're talking about they don't want this trying to clean it up. Antisocial, that's us. And that's what they was getting rid of. Because remember, what's her name? Margaret Singer. She was pro eugenics. And you don't, most of you don't hear anything about it because they kind of keep it secret. But that was the big thing in the beginning of the century, last century. That was big. Eugenics was big in this country. And it was actually sterilizing people. And like I said, 30 states had laws. And they was actually doing that because you can go, they show all these black women, right, that found out that they had been sterilized when they gave birth to a baby, sterilized, or they came with some other procedure. And I know in the early 70s, a woman, she said, what they call that, 'cause I had a friend, right, it's something that females get, right? And told her she needed, when they cut out her, I don't know female terms, right? I said, Ingrid, I said, don't do that. I feel, I forget I don't know, I don't forget the terms for a long time. And she did it. And so she couldn't have any children anymore. Whatever they took out. And then she said she's still feeling bad afterwards. I said, yeah, I tried. So I didn't say anything. I didn't want to tell, I told you so. And so she can't, nobody would marry or anything because she can't have any children. And really didn't do anything for her. But it was something they take out, right, that she couldn't have any children anymore. Because a lot of women get this condition or something, and usually sometimes just pass. Right? I try to tell her, she listened to me. Right? Last time I talked to her, she said she still can't find a man. Right? And this poorly targeted Latinos, now they're saying it. Latinx, they call it Latinx. See, so now they upgraded because they didn't call them that before. Latinx. See, up to a great name. These original blacks are niggers. Native Americans, African Americans. See, he used that term, wasn't written back there. See, they cleaning stuff up. Poor whites and people with disabilities during the entirety of 20th century. Eugenics were crucial to the were also crucial to the enactment of discrimination legislation that was passed in 1924. The Johnson-Reed Act was completely excluded immigrants from Asia. See? So let's say 1924. So this was before that. That was a big thing. If you could look at it, wasn't no small thing. It was a big. That was run the country. That's what all white folks was in that. Get rid of niggers. That was what eugenics all about. Keep the white place pure. Oh, no interracial marriage, none of that stuff. See, they clean this up real good. But if you look at eugenics, that's what it's about. Keep that in mind. Oh, you can read at your leisure. Go do some research on it. Because this is a really clean up version. A lot of black women, they came forward. They found they'd been sterilized. Mm-hmm. And they was doing this even up to even in the 60s, 70s. A woman go, she get pregnant, and she go and have a baby, and then she can't have any babies after that. And she found later on they tied her tubes and stuff. And they still probably do it now, because COVID was designed. That's another story. Move on, boss. I told you something that backfired on him. Okay, so I'm going to talk about these things before I get to my main subject. I'm going to get my main subject about the weapons, right? So let's look at these things right here first. Look at a couple of these things here. This is the hook. So I'm trying to get you this whole picture. Okay. We show a picture and you identify him. See, part of the way the reason why they can't say the obvious what the scripture says because they identify them. So they get all this crazy stuff like, oh, the jinn are not angels, and the angels are spirit beings, and Jesus 2,000 million miles away on some faraway universe and whatever. Because they don't have any facts. Oh, let me get to say this other thing. And that shit show they had Sunday, right? Faith, faith, faith. Because they have no facts. They run out of facts. They can't challenge this. They say, we just have faith. Just believe. Faith in Farrakhan. Forget about it. You ain't heard from him in a year. He's on a deathbed. He's shitting and pissing in a bag. He can't even put his own wheelchair. He can't wipe his own ass from what I've been told. But yet still, he's the Messiah. Just have faith in him. He's talking to God. But I ain't heard nothing about Armageddon. They said God told him 3 years ago. You seen Armageddon? Why there must be Armageddon? Armageddon has started. It ain't coming. It started. Go out and look. That was the whole supposed to be in the message, but he never even talked about it. That so-called Savior Day. It started. Seen Armageddon? They claim if somebody says something and says from God, it don't come to pass, you shouldn't listen to them. That's what they said. That's coming out of their mouth. I guess they lied about that too. But see here. Scientology, if you understand what these things, the purpose of these things, you get your Scientology and shit. But he's got to attack the Nation of Islam because that's the hook. See, if you understand the scripture, that's the man that got his mind back, and then he was sent out to get the rest of them because they're the priest tribe. And the priest is the one that elevates everybody else. That's why they call Suleiman or the Lamb the high priest. He's a priest above the priest. He educate the priest. They go out and educate everybody else. Voice again, brothers and sisters. See, this stuff comes together like perfectly. You put on, they don't just say things. I keep telling you. I would tell people, don't just say stuff when you know what you're talking about. They say, why do you guys call it priest? Why is Suleiman called a high priest? They didn't just throw words out there. This is mathematically perfect. You get out there and mess around with it and come tell me, well, 3 + 7 is approximately 11. You won't get your ass kicked. You in trouble. Consequences won't hear that shit. So what they do is that's what they're giving you. Because they got to take and corrupt. They got to blind the priest tribe. They can't get to the message of the covenant. The high priest, well, they tried. They got to be very careful with that one. Right? They can't do it directly. So they got to corrupt. That's why I said he would make war with the saints. And tell you he would do it for some years. And he would do it right. So you got to ask the question. Well, are you the saints? You claim you are. You're going to inherit the kingdom. That means the son of this can be at war with you. So if he hasn't been, that means you got 42 years of hell coming. Because he said he's going to overcome you. So that tells you right, that puts you, that lines everything up right there. That's got to be Farrakhan. Anyway, see what he does. He claims he's not Elijah because we can prove it 100%. And that's that quick. He had nothing to do with Elijah. Other than he got fragrance Elijah, he sprays on this shit. Scientology, all over bullshit, his philosophies and stuff. So he sprays on there. You get the smell of Elijah. You get the texture of Elijah. Look of Elijah. You can get past all that, man. All you guys are a handful of shit. That's the hook. That's what you do. You go fishing, you put the worm on the hook. The fish go for the worm, and now you got the hook. You got a meal. Because he's a multi-millionaire. How do you get there? You don't have any business anywhere. It's just a hook. And you the fish. And that's what it's all about here, brothers and sisters. Move on. I got to move quickly because I got all the other stuff here. This is what he's doing. He's neck because I've exposed him. So the Lord will consume the spirit of his mouth and destroy the body of his. That's why he's not going to die until this war resumes. He's going to be cast. He's going to be physically cast out. You know why? He'd be alive. So he still got to be alive for all that. And after that, I don't care. But he's shitting on Elijah Muhammad and Matt Muhammad's teachers, and I can prove it. Because he's not representing that. He's shitting on it. He don't believe in any of it. Place a demon anyway. Okay, let's go with truth. Next one. Okay, listen to this, brothers and sisters.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadafuddin and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
This is what Elijah has to say about that. See, does that sound like the Messiah there? We're going to kill everybody, stomp them in the ground. That's what he said. When he come, that's why he coming with vengeance. That sound like that? That sound like Messiah? That's what he claim he is the Messiah. We ain't heard the Messiah. How he coming? And why he wants to help America so much? They pissing us shit on us. Destroyed our women. They how you think they got their medical knowledge become premier in all the world? Because he's operating on the system. He was cut them open before they had anesthesia. You know, before the Civil War, during the Civil War, they didn't have anesthesia. If they did operation, they give you a whole bunch of something to drink, maybe try to knock you out. Boom. And they open the system up. She called and screaming and carrying on. See what's in there? She's an animal, don't care. Maybe they gag her. Why would he want to forgive them for that? Raping them? Our sister was in constant terror. They lived in constant terror 24/7. We didn't fear, but they lived in terror. We feared master because you know master, you don't want to get whooped. All that stuff. But they lived in constant terror. And some even from us. Because if we couldn't take it out on mass, we'd take it out on them. Which is unfortunate, and you know, I can't, it's wrong. But I understand it. And I know those brothers that did that, I know if they could, they would, you know, they wouldn't, they'd be begging forgiveness, because I know that's not in our heart to do that to our sisters. But we was, you know, our mind was going, and we was turning that way. We was doing a lot of stuff. The brothers acting, you know, there's no reason for that nowadays. But that sister lived in constant terror. She had nowhere to turn. Just Jesus, who didn't exist, she had nowhere to turn. Constant terror. And now he want to forgive them. What the fuck is wrong with him? You know what the fuck is wrong with him? Because he's one of them. Why would you want to forgive him and then all that? See, hundreds of years. Why can't make America beautiful? You know, if we did that, we might as well kiss our sisters goodbye, because they'll never respect you ever again, ever. Every time I look at history, they keep someone, They might say nothing to you, but you're never gonna see the beauty and respect and love. You're never gonna see that again. You would never see it again. Because they never trust you. Because if we got in trouble again, you do it again. Because you didn't stand for them. You couldn't stand for they can understand that. Because they agreed, they understood, once it be made known, they don't know it now. But when everything be made clear, we get home, where we agree to and everything else, everybody understand, okay, yeah, we agree to that. We understand, we back. Our minds got minds back now, we understand. The deals and everything was made, and the promise was made. That's what I'm doing because the promise was made, I'm doing it. I don't want to do it, but the promise made is going to be kept. You're supposed to give your word, you give your word, you fill your word with, as I said, my word is bond is life, I'll give my life for the word would fail. That's the word that we gave. And so I'm giving my life. That word is not going to fail. This job is going to be done. And I'm doing it. Right? So everybody's restored to their mind. Right? And so, and the sister will understand. They go, okay, yeah, we understood that was happening. We agreed. Did y'all keep your part of the bargain? Do you restore our dignity back? Restore our honor back? Did you avenge us? To show us that you care, that we meant something to you? Did you do that? He ain't doing it because he ain't one of us anyway, and they're not his women. That's what they're going to ask. If you feel that, then they understand. Okay, let's move on, bro. But if you out here beating them up, all that kind of stuff, after you got knowledge, after Elijah was a standard. After Elijah, now you have to give account of your actions after Elijah. Because Elijah was clear. That's why he's the only prophet I know of, actually by name. So you couldn't miss that one. I told you all this stuff is so clear you couldn't err. He actually named him. Master Muhammad wanted to change his name to Kareem. He said, no, it ain't happening. Because he's born Elijah. So Master Muhammad said, well, I don't know if he was testing him or what. He wanted to change the name to Kareem. Elijah said, hey, have it. I'm going to stay with Elijah. So maybe Master Muhammad was testing him. But he actually, his name, the name was born with, not something he made up. So you either see him, recognize him. So after Elijah come, you got to start giving account. It's not that we still got consequence, but the point is that's going to be turned around. See, we can't avoid consequence, but our consequence itself was consequence. Understand, brothers and sisters? Well, let me speak another thing to that while I'm on it, right? Well, I'm going to be here forever. Adam. See, Adam knows all about us because he said that God told the angels, told us, gave him our name, so he know all about us. So why would God tell the angels all about us? That's why I'm saying that because it leads into what I'm going to be talking about in a minute. Well, see, because you don't understand these things. Remember, the whole thing about going to Holocaust, because other tribes said, man, I ain't going through that. Because that's what it's telling you about. Let's make man our likeness, our image. You make your God, that means the God means that's the supreme being. That means you got to go under more pressure than anybody. To make that's our technique on right on I would say creation, right? But to upgrade, if you will, takes a lot of pressure to do that. See? So we had to go under intense pressure because we weren't. It says make man our likeness and image. We wasn't in the likeness of God and image before that. So they transformed to that. from coal to diamond, you have to go under intense pressure. And be 500 years of intense pressure. If you survive it, male and female. They say male and then bring female out. No, male and female both go under it. And both be made turn to gods. Right? So, but how would you be able to, that's why Adam had to know all about us, so he can put maximum pressure on us. You know, that's why he's prepared now for what's about to happen. So, well, yeah, because that shows how powerful we are, because he got all the knowledge and everything else, and yet said we still defeat his ass, even though, like I said, I'm gonna make the prepare time when the foolish would confound the wise. But they're the wise, we're the foolish. And still, if we overcome them, that means that we become wiser than them. It don't say that we stay foolish. It proves we're the gods. That's how you know. You want to find people learn the lesson, you give them a test. So when you stay here swimming in a lake of shit, and everybody lift their head up above the lake, they passed the grade. Okay. Once you get into, oh, you lift your head up above the shit, okay. Shower out of here, pull you around out. First of all, if you're head above, that means you look around and say, man, there's something else beyond this thing of shit. But if you're head under the shit, all you think that's all it is. But lift your head, oh, there's something beyond this, you climb up out of there. But some people, they think that's all it is. They're going to go down with it. Those live the world's life. Hope you understand, brothers. That's why we gave them maximum power. But see, the power is limited to the two-dimensional power, if you use that analogy. But that means you got to, but the maximum, but you have to rise above that. That's why I call it gravitational vortex. I usually try to get an idea. Then that's because that's what you have to do. Otherwise, you're not prepared for the next life. You're not strong enough for it, not mentally anyway. So let's look at the next thing. See that's what they're saying. They're talking about Wallace. Wallace hated his father. There's no secret about it. He openly hated his father. He tore his father's everything. Father's tore his works down, everything else. Tried to destroy his father's name, reputation, everything. Stole all the money from the nation. Why he's friends with him? Let's move on. Let's see what Elijah has to say about all this.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, brother Millie. Yes, we are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother Millie. Both sides.
Wake us up, dear Apostle.
When we was alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
That's right.
We owned buildings. We owned farmland. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
You know what's the difference, brothers and sisters? Remember, these are the people, his people. You're supposed to be with him. See that attitude he has towards them? Let the worms eat your ass. Because they ain't put enough steaks on his plate. See? Ain't kissing his ass enough. They the ones worshiping him. Worms, eat your ass. He's angry. But for the devils who've been persecuting us 40 years, raping our women, spitting on us, shitting on us, pissing our mouths and everything else. Oh, well, how do you make America great again? How do you make America beautiful again? See them two attitudes? Oh. See, that's what I said about a wolf in sheep clothing, see? He may look like a sheep, he may act like a sheep. But every time I open his mouth, he's going to sound like a goddamn wolf. See? That's what he got for the people that made him rich. Got them big old rings on his finger and everything else. I play a lie. The words will eat your ass. Forget about the fact that he's the one that, come on, when you Muslims lie, you're the one that killed him. You and us together. I was there. You're the one that killed him. You're the one that took everything. You killed all of it. You got rid of that stuff you're talking about. Elijah was the one that inspired the believers to get that stuff. So if you was a leader for it, how come you inspired them to get it? And now you're going to blame them for not being there? For not having it for you? Oh, the worms eat their ass? But, our real enemy, you got smiles. See how smiley he was? How can we make America good? I love America. I want to stay here. See the difference? He got love for them. But eat your goddamn ass, niggas. Both sides, male and female. He made it clear. Fuck you. Fuck y'all. The worms eat your ass. Because you ain't kissed my ass enough. But he got his head all up Master's ass. Oh, oh man, Meryl. I don't want to see America go the way of America. I don't see anything happen. I don't want to see anything happen to America. But I want the worms to eat your ass. I don't want anything happen to America. No. I don't want to see it happen to America. But I want the worms to eat your ass. Okay. He said it. That's his words. Let's move on.
When the
I think I missed something there. Let me check something real quick. No, I had it right. Jumping the gun here. Okay, say what? Let's go to the next one. Oh, we got a technical problem again. Let's see what's going on here. What happened there, bro? Since I got a little technical issue, but seems to be okay now. Say what?
The bread of life. Woo. He's not asking us to eat his flesh, but the word that comes from my lips will give you life, will give you hope, will give resurrection will give you power for your life. I am the door. Woo. If you come by me, I can take you out of the world of Satan. And I open the door of God's kingdom to you. Isn't that beautiful? Ooh, y'all got me all fired up here. So Satan, he doesn't want you to gain access to that man that has the resurrecting, transformative power for your and my life. He doesn't want us to access that good shepherd, that true vine, that one that is the life of God among the people. So he has to do everything in his power to misrepresent that man. So the people say, he represents life, but the enemy wants to represent him as death. See, the opposite. So look at all the ugly things they said about Jesus, right? Falsely charged, lied on him. Why? So you won't access him. Look at all of the things that they say about Farrakhan. But guess what they don't say about him, which is the most important. And I have been reading all of the ugly things that they have said about my minister for 40 plus years. That's right. But the one thing they don't say is that Farrakhan is a liar. Want to come to the table. He's called them for a showdown for years. Well, you so bad. You got the truth. You say you're right. Well, come to the table and prove your claim against this good man. But you know you can't do that because you know that Farrakhan is telling the truth. All praise is due to Allah for the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. So we are living in a world today, troubled world.
Here, brothers and sisters, I showed you $5,000. I say he's a liar. He's saying for years. They know it. They're aware of it. So he's lying right there. And lying in the name of Allah. He's invoking Allah's name on his lie. You know he's lying. Also, I said $5,000 challenge. You know, I challenged him. Open challenge and $5,000. You see it? I showed it up front. Want me to show it again? $5,000 should be easy. Step up and get it. And show how sick they are. Lying dogs. We'll move on, brothers and sisters.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadaduddin and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. And it makes my heart sing with my brother here. And we work together for the common good of Islam and the common good of humanity.
Just one more screenshot in this.
I believe that America believes. I believe we don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way if the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent? You stay in your churches and you preach to the choir to be good. Y'all be good. Praise the Lord. Don't smoke, don't drink, don't fornicate, don't commit adultery, don't you be gay, and God will love you. Well, you're telling some truth. But the prophets of God spoke truth to power. And I don't think any religious leader is worthy of God if you can't say to government, thus saith the Lord. If you're too weak to say to power, this is what God said in the book, and you have deviated from this, then you need to get on out the pulpit and stop sucking the blood of the people to be a coward in the name of God. God doesn't like cowards. He loves those who are patient and steadfast under trial. We don't like the thing. We don't like the things.
Almighty God, Allah taught us that our fathers wanted to go back to their people when they was put off on the shores of North America. And the ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our past hero, they stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, watching to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every their native land, that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I, turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting such. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you are free. Remember that.
Sounds totally different from the message that you got from Farrakhan. Totally different. He said, wow, you be fools who want to stay here. Farrakhan said, you don't want to go nowhere. So he calling Farrakhan a fool. So who's right? Who's the master here? Who's the teacher? Can you call the student call the teacher a fool? Whose job is who determines, who makes the determination, the teacher or the student? So he says you be fools and you want to stay here, and then you want to make love to the people that try and destroy us. So who's right there? I mean, that's a totally different message to what Farrakhan's saying. And then he don't even sound like the Messiah. I'll show you how Messiah sounds. But he says he's the Messiah, and he say he's Elijah Muhammad's student. You be the judge. That person on the right there, that's L. Ron Hubbard. he's the one that they get credit to for saving them. Now I know you, if those of you that's over there, you know it's the truth. Because I was over there. Wasn't following Farrakhan, right? And that's why I talk about Ron Hubbard. Engrams and all that kind of stuff. You know, mine. And you have a call group or whatever you want to call it, right? Network. All the people that were over there had this number. I still got the number. I don't get on it no more. I think they shut me out anyway. And everybody be on it. At least all the males. I don't know if any females on it or not. And all they talking about was that Ron Hubbard, engrams and Scientology. And so I said, but then one time it says, you know, as a question by Elijah, they silenced me. They muted me right away. They talking about, oh, Farrakhan did this for me, and great thing. They talking about Ron Hubbard, talking about Scientology. They talking about. But see, Master Muhammad, he was too stupid to know anything about Ron Hubbard. And Elijah Muhammad, sure, he wasn't smart enough to pick up Ron Hubbard. See? But Islam is not enough. Islam is not sufficient. I'm 76 years old. Well, I used to be calm. I'm mellow. I'm not anxious. I'm not depressed. I know who my enemies are. I'm in good health. I spend 3.5 to 4 hours at the gym every day. I'm not sick. So what the fuck I need Ron Hubbard for? Yes. But like I said, if your head's up Farrakhan's ass, keep it there. We don't want your bad breath come this way. Stay with him. If you're that damn stupid, we don't want you. Because you're not there because of intellect. You're there because of emotion. Because if you did intellect, you wouldn't be there. Because you can't find any scripture anywhere. You can find anything a lot of Muhammad's teachings anywhere, find anything that justify Farrakhan. It's honorable or anything. You see, he's cursed, like you say it would be. You follow Elijah, turn people against the God, because that's what it said. He turned away from the way. So he have you, Master Muhammad. Remember, he can't worship him because he's flesh. They chant story 5 minutes. One brother says, I said, I got quite a lot to cover. I haven't got to my main subject yet. This Messiah talking. Sound like Farrakhan? He said the Messiah, right? Messiah's the one who will deliver us. I don't say Farrakhan deliver. He can't deliver himself out the bed right now. I am come to send fire on the earth. And I wish it was already. This is a bad translation. I keep getting to change this. What will I kindle? But I have a baptized be so. In other words, I will. What will I be like? Oh, and he says he's really distressed. They use the word straighten there. That's what happens. He can't wait to tear Babylon apart. He can't wait to do it. I don't want to see Babylon go. How can I make Babylon great again? How can I make Babylon beautiful? So our sisters don't mean a goddamn thing to you? Our ancestors don't mean nothing to you? No, because you're a demon. They went through all that, ate shit and everything else, and you say, oh, it don't matter. That should tell you something right there. Oh, Jesus is going to forgive everybody. That's if that's your Jesus, he ain't saying that. That's not his attitude. It's a whole different spirit than when you get Farrakhan. Oh, how can we make America smile? How can we make America great? How can we do it? I don't want to see nothing happen to America. I love it here. So all that shit didn't mean nothing. Yeah. Let these sisters get loose on your ass. You don't want these sisters to get loose on your ass, because I tell you, they used to have a movie a long time ago. This woman got Elkie Summers. She was like I don't know, they was a female star nowadays, right? She was a big star back there, Elkie Summers, right? And a movie called Deadly than the Male. There was these female CIA agents, and they was, man, they was more terrible than the male soldiers, or male CIA agent, whatever. I tell you, sisters, see, their wives are. We're equal, brothers and sisters. But our wisdom comes through our strength. See, we spread out strength. But they lay back and they're cunning. They can do just as much damage to you as you do them, more. If that's where we're about fighting each other, that's where we shouldn't be about that. I'm putting into that crap. We'll start working together, cooperate, and now we got, instead of two fists pointing each other, hearing each other, got two fists pointing at the devil. Okay, let's look at this one. Now, you pay attention. These are going to play a while, brothers and sisters, though. You pay attention to this. Because, see, I tell you, this all, they already set it up. You sitting around here watching NFL, the players, they're already set up. They only got to pull the trigger.
We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody. These are these people. You can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried. We've tried. Everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. Naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work, well, until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
Yeah, he cleaned up a little bit. He's a racist too. But see, that's what, they say it. They try to say it in a way you don't understand it. He said, the people in the city it means the niggas don't want to pick cotton anymore. Why would he say, what about white folks? Why can't he say, oh, we can't get Americans to pick cotton anymore, or pick cotton? No, the one in the city. The niggas, they won't pick cotton anymore. That's what they think of you. You're cotton pickers. We tried to give them pick. Well, how did they try to get you back in the field to pick cotton? Ask yourself that question. He said, we tried. How did they try? Ask yourself that question. How did they try to get you back in the field to pick cotton? How did they do that? This is Donald Trump talking. I told you, they're talking away, and since you ain't paying attention, you don't want to study, you don't want to know any math, and all you want to know is no NFL, LeBron, and other. So they go right past you. And what is he saying? We tried to get them niggas back in the field, pick cotton. We tried. In the city. Keyword for niggas. Look at the next one over here. This is several. He's going to play about 5 or 10 minutes maybe. Listen to these guys. These are people. I'm just giving a hint. These are proper people that people listen to. And these people have connect with the government. One of these guys actually works for the president. The other one talks to the president on a regular basis.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, you know, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, you know, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for, 4 more years? And so you wonder, like, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. Like, I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself, and I completely understand the anger. I don't, like you, I abhor any form of violence, but I do understand the anger when you have, you know, Keir Starmer campaigned, I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country. And they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. Of course. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is, like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just, like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident. That's obvious because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that.
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist.
Well,
I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
Wait, it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is a lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been such a
society is
one culture will dominate.
Hang on, Tucker. Surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It was just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, as American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multiculture there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere
but those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right. So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had 26, 27 amendments? Right. So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes
Once you
with
start
it.
rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and like have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. Like that's just what it is, dude.
But
Let's be honest.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization. And so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what a society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Like, which one? And you can't face that reality. So you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you're going to wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person. But that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, what's the rest of it, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
Okay, brothers and sisters, did you catch any of that? The little stuff about Christianity, the worst thing in Christianity is that you kill somebody, the things had broken. They did to us for 400 years. It was Christians doing that under Christianity. Said they delude themselves. That's the worst thing. In Christianity, we don't believe in that. And that's exactly what you've been doing to us for 400 years. And then he tells you, he says, the law is our nature. Our nature is defined by, the law is defined by our nature. That's what he told you, right? So, and if you disobey the law, they come after you. Okay, but that's their nature. That means they criminalize our nature. Because if we don't obey according to them, then they come down. They what they saying? You pay attention to what he's saying here? Read it, listen to it again. It's saying the way that most of our people don't catch it. Because they in the NBA and all that kind of stuff. You know what he's saying? And look, you know who that guy is? He's been the biggest star on Fox News. He talks to the president on a regular basis, Trump on a regular basis. And look what he's saying. We don't obey your laws. We'll act like you tell us to act, and that's what we do it. My name Charles Brown. I'm a Christian. I love America. You know what I'm saying? But that ain't your nature. So that's why I said the man was beating himself up. Because to obey the laws, you had to beat yourself. You had to go get your own nature. That means you're not going to be happy. Because he says those laws reflect their nature. And we have to obey them. Or you're a criminal. Pay attention to it, brothers and sisters. They delude themselves about Christianity, like, oh, Christianity, man, you see, because that's the worst thing you can do. Okay, look at the next one, brothers and sisters. Look at the next one. Okay, see, you niggas better be what we say you should be, or else. This guy actually works for presidents. You niggas don't want to be what you. Wait a minute. Okay, you niggas don't want to be what we made you to be. Get the fuck out. Okay, let me just correct that right quick. I know I spelled it, sent it twice. Second, brothers and sisters. I messed up. I think I fixed it, brothers and sisters.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different. and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country.
And as I clarified,
It's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
The Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans that were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation,
It's not fine, because it's leading to violence. that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all pretend that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's
no, because of you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful.
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors, to
If you caught all that, hear him saying, a war's coming, could be conflict, violence. If these niggas rise up and try to be other than us, be other than them, can't have no two different cultures here. We got to dominate. They got to be like we want them to be. That's what they're saying. Read, check it again. These are not to anybody. Tucker Carlson, right? He talks to, I ain't play golf with him. I know he talks to Trump on a regular basis. He used to be Fox News anchor. This other guy, he's government person. I think he, I know he says he worked with Trump. I think he must have position his last term or something like that. Anyway, he's part of the government, colonel. And he talks to Trump. Has access to him. See? And you see where Trump's come from. Because they all saying the same thing. But see how he trying, the way he talks, it's like, all you got to do is cut through all the bullshit. And he says exactly what they're saying. We can have niggas with this bullshit. And they're moving on to niggas, right? Where's all these cities Trump's attacking? Chicago, D.C., right? Like for inner city. Remember the people in the city, they won't pick cotton no more. You think this is a joke? And they said they're more open with it because they said it's got to give soon. Okay, move on, brothers and sisters. Get on to my main subject here. Okay, I talked about, let me talk about a few, I'm probably not going to get through all this now. Right? So let's walk through one by one. I talked yesterday about the weapons they're using on you. Let's understand, what are our weapons? Now, consequence is the most fundamental principle of the universe. In fact, that's what, when they talk about Allah in the Quran, that's what they're talking about, consequence. They're not talking about the individual. They're talking about consequence. You can't afford it. It's judgment. Okay. And the will of the universe is the fact that it opens and closes, open and close. That's the will. So it means it's constantly changing. And you have to keep up with that or you die. That's what it's come. That's the mathematics of it. The will of the universe, will is action. Universe opens and close. It's energy open, close. That's it. That's the bottom line. Everything else is a result of that. We can't stop it. We can't start it, never stop. That's it. And if it comes changing, if you keep up with it, you consist with the will of Allah. Go against it, then you get destroyed. It's just simply, that's the simplest explanation, that, brothers and sisters. They mean. But see, when they wrote the Quran about 1,500 years ago, people didn't know about DNA. They didn't know about the universe opening and closing. I mean, it says in the Quran, but they didn't understand it. Understand my energy deprivation, all this kind of stuff, pressure. So I'm explaining it all to you, and that's what it says. The will of Allah is the universe open and closing. That means it changes all the time. It's constantly changing because it's expanding, contracting. It's constantly changing all the time. So if you keep up with that change, then you consist with the will of Allah. If you don't, you're destroyed. See? And we are the essence of the will of Allah. We stay totally in tune all the time. That's why we're here. We always been here, always will be here. So we're the manifestation of that. But the force, that's it. That's the will. We're the manifestation of the will. Make our own the cream of the planet, God of the universe. Understand that. So we're talking about the C bomb here, consequence. It's the consequence bomb. Now we know we had to go to energy deprivation. Energy got low. Energy low, that means our ability to think became weaker, less diminished. Right? Our ability for all things because less energy. Less energy. So if you go from third dimension to the second dimension, that means you lost, look all the energy you lost. You still exist, but you exist on the first, second dimensional plane. Okay? So if you make a being that's two-dimensional, they'll rule on two-dimensional plane because you there, but but you can't do anything because you don't have enough energy even to maintain your three-dimensional being. That's why you're in two-dimensional space. But if you start moving back in three-dimensional space, that being can't do anything. It can't control anything. That's happening right now. Right now, I'm going to talk about that another way in a minute. But they're losing control. Remember, they're only here for a season. Actually, they're supposed to be here 12,000 years. They lost 4,000 years back in the case. They losing enough. And because they touched us, they was told not to. They said, don't touch that tree. They didn't touch that tree and left us alone. They didn't afflict us. They've been here another 6,000 years. Because it was the whole energy deprivation is 12,000 year period. 6,000 years in and 6,000 years back up. Because 6,000 years ago it started, and where was we at? Right? We was at the worst we could be. That means you at the bottom. Then you got to come back up. So if you go we're at the bottom, how long it took us to get to the bottom? 6,000 years. It may go take 6,000 years to get back to where we were. But we can't have them ruling those 6,000 years. They were told, don't do it. They got a last chance. Say, let my people go. They're about to explode. They're about to drop that C-bomb on your ass. See? What's C-bomb? Consequence. It's wisdom. Our people are short of wisdom. I'm not. But that's my job to get you back up to speed on that one. So they were powerful. We was reduced to a 100-pound weakling. They was the Hulk for 500 years. Kicking our ass, nothing we could do. So don't fight back because you can't win. You just submit. So they punching us every day. Bam! 10 pounds of force. Bam! Every day. Boom! 10. Each one of us, 10 pounds of force every day. Don't retaliate. But you understand the nature of force. It doesn't disappear. Every action, force, has an opposite equal reaction. There's a counter force to it. That's why I say you reap what you sow. Say eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. That's why it says that. It's trying to emphasize the point, right? So somebody take your eye, you get right opposite but equal. You take it back from them. They trying to tell you about a scientific principle, just like the Walls of Jericho, the scientific principle called resonance. It's all mathematics, but they tell you in these ways, so you look at it, then you understand the principle, and then you look deeper and you understand more about science than these tell you, because they don't know anything about C-bomb. They think hydrogen bomb is, okay, yeah, it's powerful. It blows stuff up, destroys stuff, but not like the C-bomb. C-bomb eradicates, obliterates. Opposite equal reaction means whatever force it's a reactor, it destroys that force completely, so both of them disappear. Force, the consequence done, now it's everything resolved. So we said, well, how can we stop them from doing another 6,000 years? Because if we listen to all these other scientists, they say, well, some say, let's go to Mars. Some say, let's move over here to this side of the Earth. And everybody had their ideas. Everybody said, no, hit them head on. We're gonna let them fuel. So they fueled it, a C-bomb. And that's how we're going to do it. See? We make it, but they had to fuel it. You make the bomb, somebody had the explosive. They supplied the explosive. Right? What? If you have an accident, that means every time you hit something, you build an explosion that's going to come back and hit you. Every action has an opposite reaction. So you hit someone, you build up explosion that's will come back, hit you. But what if you hold it up? What if you hold it up? Don't do anything. For 40 years, don't react. Just absorb it. So I gave you an example. 1 year, hit me and punch me with 10 pounds of force every day. I don't retaliate. 10. So that's 360 times 10. That's 3,600 pounds of force that you hit me with over a year. That's why I said Babylon be going in 1 day. That's what they're telling you. They tell you the math. They say, who's going to do it? You're going to do it. What they did say, do it and them they done to you, right? But you're going to do it to them in 1 day. They took you in 1 year, but they did you 40 years. You see the difference? So you're going to repay them back in 1 day. That's all the math. I keep telling you, it's all mathematics. They teach you mathematics. A C-bomb was created. They created. They fueled it. They kept doing this with hold up. But see, you don't retaliate until after 40 years over. They'll say, do them as it done to you at the end. So that means you held it back. You build that C-bomb. So now you got 360 pounds of force, 3,600 pounds of force. You got to say it up. Even the Hulk can't stand that kind of force. They release on it in 1 day. Bam! They knock them out, destroy them, obliterate them. See, so you say they can't take more than 400 years of this. So hold on. The 40, we're gonna make sure get the message coming there, get the God there to make sure you don't implode, because that's their plan. If they couldn't destroy you, implode, okay? Because the bomb, instead of implode, it means explode in on itself. So let's look at this. That C-bomb is. Watch this. 20, 30 years, keep hitting us. And we retaliate. In fact, we folks are backing on ourselves. Man, beating itself up. And we don't retaliate. We're just building it up, holding it. You damp water don't disappear. It just builds up, gets stronger. Until the dam can't hold up anymore. Then it breaks, boom, or hell breaks loose. So we keep holding, just hold it. That's what he's told. Submit, don't submit. Submit, don't retaliate. Submit. That's where you submit. Affliction. Say serve and afflict, serve and affliction. 20 years, and boom. And see, then Elijah came and said, "Hey, no, don't explode, implode, explode. That's your enemy. The devil's your enemy, not you. Devil's your enemy." And then Farrakhan comes and no, ain't the devil's your enemy. You wicked. You're sinful. Try to get you to implode. You're sinful. You're wicked. See what I'm saying? That's what Scientology, right? Hey man, it's your mind. That's the problem. Not the good old devils, not the good old white folks. They're not devils anymore. Not them. It's you. You're the problem. You're wicked. You're sinful. You got to atone. That's what's going on here. trying to get you to implode. And then that's what Joshua, the Messiah, true Messiah, come and get you straight. Because you about to, I said, let my people go. You don't explode in your house. Told Pharaoh, let it, because the nature explosion would be those plagues. He says, no, they held on. So now, boom, in 1 year, all that's come back at them. And all that force took 40 years to build up. And all one day. That's what it said. Boom, hit them all at the same time. Bam. Can't take it. We fought them, then we just been fighting, couldn't defeat them. But doing that away, we destroyed the Hulk. Now he can't last 6,000 years, that he make a whole 12,000 years, and I got rid of him. That's a C-bomb. Most powerful bomb in the universe. That's what it was doing. It submit. Don't retaliate, let it build up. And now it's about to explode. I see all this stuff going on now. These black folks start doing stuff that, because they got, their point is they exploding, they're exploding in the wrong direction and everything. That's why somebody has to come give them their mind back. Remember, because they would beat themselves. They're out there killing and mass shooting, because they're exploding. And it's going to get worse. Everything get worse. They had one what, yesterday? He was on a train, what was that? And once some cities, a woman sat in front of him, he just jumped and started stabbing her. People are about to explode. They're exploding. They told Pharaoh, let my people go, but get them out your house. They're going to explode in your house. He said, no, I'm holding on, so they're going to explode here. But soon, make sure you don't explode on yourself. You don't implode. That's the story, brothers and sisters. That's what Farrakhan is. Trick you into, because they ain't, man, it's not their fault. It's our fault we over here. Because we're sinful. It ain't their fault. They good people. We want to stay here with them. But we got to clean up. We got to atone. Okay? Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay. Let's look at atmosphere. Let's look at discipline first. See, the 5 pillars, that's a discipline. And discipline times energy equals power. But see, that's another thing. See, that's one of the weapons used against you. It's Christianity. To nullify your discipline. Because you have the energy, but it's no good. Just to have money, but no one to do with it. It's just have it. It's sitting in the bank, you're not doing any good. So you're homeless because you don't know what to do with your money. Because you got all this energy now, but you don't have any discipline. Because why? That's one of the weapons they use against you is Christianity. Christianity requires no discipline. Just have faith. Remember, faith in Jesus. And whatever you do, Jesus forgive you. All you have to believe on Jesus, and you forgive anything that you do. That's the Catholic Church bottom line. And they're Scientologists, Catholic Church 2.0. Auditing, confess everything. Symbols of the cross. Farrakhan got you going to calf and Christianity. Both, the jinn and the Christians. There's no such thing. It destroys, don't have discipline. Eat anything you want to do. Remember, eat anything you want, do anything you want. Just believe in Jesus. No discipline, so you have no power. That's what it wants you. Because now you have enough power to destroy them, but it's no good. Unless, if you don't have any discipline. So they can use, as long as you don't have discipline for your power, they can control your power. Like you have a bunch of children, right? They got all kinds of energy, but the point is, they don't have discipline, so you control the energy. So they control the energy. Have us working, employees, and all that kind of stuff. That's bullshit. That's slavery. We never did before we came here. That's the whole system based on energy. I'm not getting to that. We won't be that crap when we get out of here. Serving anybody. You understand? So this is to get your discipline. Once you apply these, now you got discipline, and you see you have power. They don't want you to have that. See? Because Christianity is all about it's the only religion on the planet like that. No discipline whatsoever. You don't need any. You just got to believe in Jesus. As long as you have discipline, you have no power. If you have no power, they can still control you. And move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, let's get back to atmosphere. You see this another weapon. See these things right here. They're right in front of your face. You just gotta reach out and touch it. Discipline, bam! Now all of a sudden you got power. See? C-bomb. You got the most powerful explosion on the planet. You're the only one can destroy. Remember, it says no one can destroy God and Magog but me. That's us. They say, my God, when they come out, that's what Quran says, they come out, nobody be destroying but me. Somebody, God, we. I'm not sure how we're going to do it. It's too late. It tells you who's going to destroy Babylon. It tells you right in Revelation. The people that they was supposed to say, do what them double done to you. So you're the God that's going to do it. Make it on the creative plan of God universe. It's going to do double in them so they can't. How you were able to do that? Because you stole that power, now you got a C-bomb. You want to do it. Not only mystery God says, you do double them as they done to you. That's how you destroy Babylon. So you got the power to destroy them. You just don't have the discipline. That's where you got to get your mind back. Then you got the discipline. Because right now you're forcing the power in on your side. I hate niggas, hating each other and everything else. Like God Muhammad said, right? Self-haters. And you're right there, look. You control the atmosphere. You say, how do I control the atmosphere? Where's music? Ain't that manipulation of the atmosphere? Is giving spice to the atmosphere, is getting spirit to the atmosphere? Okay, we the weakest on the planet, right? We got nothing. We don't have a land, we don't have anything, right? We don't have our names, nothing. But who's controlling the atmosphere? Who's giving spirit to the atmosphere? You hear ching chong stuff? And woo-woo? Name from Africa. We are controlling the atmosphere. You that small thing? Why are we controlling the atmosphere? Everybody's jumping to our musical. We control the atmosphere. We give spirit to the atmosphere, us, the nobodies. And whatever's out there, they're copying from us. You know any music, art form out there, music form that didn't come from us? I mean, I'm talking about Beethoven and that. I'm talking, you don't know any music form on the planet right now that didn't come from us. That should be the God. That's a big sign right there. We control the atmosphere. That means we control, and that's emotions. Music about emotions. It's our emotions dominating the atmosphere. Our emotions. We had the blues, and every 50 years we had the blues, right? We first start coming out and being energized. Practically every 50 years. 1860s blues, because we had the blues. We know what the hell to do. 50 years later, you got the jazz. Start thinking. Start trying to figure out who we are, right? 50 years later, right? Motown, soul, right? First you was niggas, then you was 50 years later you're colored people. Now I'm black and I'm proud. Got a fro and everything. Right? Every 50 years, check it out. Probably every 50 years. Now you're on a 50-year mark right now. Everything was sparked with each one of those, and with violence that accompanied it. With violence. A spark that initiated and a violence that accompanied it. Civil War, Red Summer, 1919, civil rights riots and stuff, 1960s, 1970s, and now you're gonna have a big one this time. They're gonna attack us, and the music gonna be more powerful because every time music became more powerful, jazz was more powerful than blues, soul was more powerful than jazz. And this is going to be more powerful because it's victory. It represents our mood. Each one of those represents, remember, music represents your mood. So that means our mood is dictating the planet. I'll tell you something, our mood is dictating, and that means anybody have a different mood is affected by this. Who's affected the most? The devils, because they have totally different nature than we do. They don't like it. They try to distort it. They go in and try to change the lyrics. Before we're saying positive lyrics, Tupac, and sister, so now, nigga, bitch, hoe, dog. They're attacking the music. trying to stop it. You just call it devil music, right? Because we're affecting their emotions. So our emotions dominating. It's getting stronger. And so now we're going to have victory. We're going to have control of the planet. This year. Spark. What's that spark? It sparked this trigger civil rights movement. Spark trigger the one back jazz that back then when you had Noble Drew Ali, Marcus Garvey, Master Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad back there, right? Coming breaking out chains, and start thinking the next 50 years, start thinking, right, about Africa, start figuring out where we're coming from. Next one, right? Hey man, we don't want to be dealing with you no more. Be ourselves. I'm black and I'm proud. See? Went from niggers to colored people, right? To black. There's gods, male and female. That's what happened right now. You have while I'm talking. That's what happened in a few days. And here it is, right? And he had a division. And that's one of the problems. Because that's what the devil did. See, remember, he taught Adam all our names. That means they know all about us. They know all the tricks to pull. I'll show you some of the tricks they're pulling. And one of it is make demons slave master children, because half the nation's demons, half is original, half are demons, half are saints, half are chaff, half are wheat. By mixing them together, you neutralize both. Yeah, that was really tricky for the devil. He don't like the demons, he don't like us. But if he mixes us together, we neutralize each other. We fighting each other, so we neutralize each other. We ain't fighting them. Plus, the demons got the same nature as them. So it's the opposite. We got total conflict and violence amongst us because of them. They didn't want causing the violence because their nature is different, but they live amongst us. They didn't want to turn the violence in a heartbeat. They didn't want to cause fucking violence all over the place. It's not us doing that. That's these demons amongst us that's causing all the violence. Not us. We're not violent people. But we're all going to kick ass. We know how to take retribution, but we're not a violent people by nature. Boy, the devil could never get hold of us. Every time someone went violent, that's what happened. Brothers down in Haiti went violent, and they kicked the French was the most powerful country on the planet at that time. They kicked their ass out, didn't they? So we could have stopped this a long time ago. We said, no, build that C-bomb. So here you go. The blues, 50 years later, the jazz, 50 years later, that Motown. And every time he said, great separation. First, sharecroppers, seed dwellers. Demons want to stay with master. Next one, they want to stay Eurocentric. We say Arabs, we start thinking African, they want to stay more like colored people, NACP. Then the next one, integration, separation. They want to be Martin Luther King. Hey, we want to live with y'all. We want to say we get the hell away from y'all. And now, total separation, this one, and demons going to stay here and fight, try to take this country, and we getting the hell out of here. You can take over. I say, check everything I say, bro. Check history and see if that's not correct. Check history and see if that form is not correct. When blues came out, 1860. When jazz came out, 1920s. When Motown came out, 1960s. And now we're in the 2020s, boom. Each one was triggered by a spark. The pattern's there. Now, faith is something, is that faith had to be attached to facts. They just have faith. Well, faith is all it is. And what about people in India? They got faith in Shiva. People in China, they got faith in Buddha, Confucius. And they don't know the hell they talking about. They talk shit and push out their ass. They have to tell you something. You don't know that winter's coming. You don't know when it's coming. You have faith that it's coming. How can you possibly absolutely know? You have faith. Why? Based on history. Oh, I see every year we have spring, summer, fall, winter. It keeps it happening. So, hey, because that pattern tells that pattern. So, yeah, well, I can expect winter. So you have faith. But you can handle certain night. You can't see it. That's the kind of faith that Scripture's talking about. Not just having faith. If that's the case, then if you go to heaven, if you got faith, that means Hindus going to heaven too, ain't it? They got faith. They got more faith than you got. brothers and sisters. So I'm not going to do the whole thing because it's going to take me a while. I did it. You can go back and look at other presentations, but I go through each one in detail. Each one of these in detail. Right? Okay. Every 50 years, show the resistance to it and the benefit. Right? So, took too much time earlier. Oops. Okay, now I want to do this. Nope, don't do it that way. Okay, I'm talking about C-bomb, atmosphere, resonance, this is talking about discipline. Let me talk about just find one. So just find one, bro. Just hold on. Oh. Let me myself lost here. Hmm. Okay, we talk about resonance and I close. These are things, these are your weapons. See, resonance hitting the same. That's what was of Jericho. He told to go around the city, keep saying the same thing over and over again for 7 days. Well, if you saw a commercial with a woman, she's saying, then the glass breaks, that's resonance. And the bottom line of resonance is everything has a reaction force, a reaction rate, rather. Right, like water. Water reacts pretty fast. That's why you jump into it, it's not solid, right? Because it reacts real fast, so it moves out the way. Right? But if you jump high enough, too fast enough, it will feel solid because you hit too fast before it can react. So resonance is, you know, that with reaction rate of something, and you keep hitting it constantly at the same thing, right? Fast in its reaction rate. That means the force keep building up, building up, building up, building up until the force is greater than that, and then it destroys. That's what resonance is. That's another weapon we have. That's the weapon that says Son of Man used against Farrakhan, right? Just keep on putting that angel on him constantly, because his whole job is to keep it in control. He got control of NOI. Remember, he's the robber of our people. He robbed. He said, "You robbed this nation." It says right in Malachi. See, but it says many. So if they didn't get him, keep hitting that angel constantly. Keep that. That's what it says. Who the Lord will consume with spit of his mouth and destroy. But it comes to me. It's a process of consuming. Eventually, he breaks through and destroy him. And that's what's happening right now because he's gone. He could be gone in a few more days. That's what resonance is. But see, the thing is, they teach our children. See, they don't teach our children resonance. They know about it. They say the insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. So our children, they do something that don't work right away. First go time, they give up. So they're not successful. But they tell their children, if at first you don't succeed, try again. They tell their children resonance. They tell us to give up. So their children are successful. They keep on at it, till they break through. So we a rope, so we hit a stumbling block or speed bump. Hey man, I'm turning around. See? And that's why it says this. Somebody just keep on preaching, right? He's hitting them every day. And they're falling apart now. They ain't got nothing over there. You will see this shitcast they had Sunday. They got all the sisters. Most of them are paid people anyway. All sitting in the front row together. They don't show anybody behind because they behind them. Then we go to the brother side, the other brothers social distancing. So it looks like there's more of them out there, one every other seat. But he told me he got tens of thousands of followers. No, he don't. It don't matter. He's true. Anyway, let's and then close out, brothers and sisters. Resonance. You don't take a break. Same frequency. Boom, boom, boom. Keep on that while you break through. Okay, I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. Let's see what time it is. Let me talk this Christ for a minute. That's one of their weapons. Hold on, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna go this quickly. Let's talk this Christ figure quickly. See, I know you notice, and everything I say you can check out. And I say you can check it out. And you don't have to believe anything. I didn't ask you to have faith on anything. In fact, if you come here and talk about some faith, I'm going to run your ass out of here. Go and check it out. Well, let's look at this Christ figure here. See, this is a mental bomb beyond. Right, because it destroys their whole mental structures based on this lie called Christianity. Okay. Now, one of the things. Remember, I'm not going into detail here, but see, vision unifies people. We have a common vision that unify, but they destroy our vision. Because like Muhammad said, we true Abraham, so he started bringing people together. So in 1948 they said false Israelites. No, they're the ones. And so that destroyed our vision. Because they say, no, that's them. See, they're over there. That's why it's war in the Middle East is so important, because Muhammad getting ready to destroy that and restore our vision. And that's what it says we'll come together as a exceedingly great army. Because this is about what's going to happen. When that war resumes, any day now, false Israel's going down. So when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, its destruction is near. See, it says it's going to be destroyed, but they say, oh, no, Jesus will come and save me. No, it says when you see Israel, their destruction is about to happen. And when that happens, this is what happens. Because most of our people know, they're in the church and everything else, right? They know about seed of Abraham, that covenant. They realize, oh, it's really us. Common vision, come together. When the nation be born in a day, when the nation be born in one day of her, something, come together like that. That false vision is destroyed. And now people realize that's we as true Abraham, they come together in one day. Can they be born in a day? We've heard such a thing. That's what's happening, brothers. So watch this. Now, who is Jesus? Who is that? And watch this carefully. I got a presentation explaining in detail. I'm just going to go quickly. Now, if you go into Aramaic, the scriptures written, except Quran is in Arabic, but the so-called Old Testament and New Testament, right, is written in Aramaic and Hebrew. The Old Testament is primarily in Hebrew, right, and the other one in Arabic, but it's both Aramaic. They're just close languages, right? So if you look in Aramaic, if you can look at the manuscripts, remember, these translations are come from a manuscript. Those manuscripts still exist. Like you had the original manuscripts of the Quran, they have them as the actual written. It has the same thing for so-called Old New Testament. So if you go and look at the name of Jesus, it's in nowhere. It's not in anywhere. You can't find it. It's not there. So where did that come from then? It's not there. It's not in the transcripts. It's just not there. You know what's there? Joshua. Joshua. That's the name that's there. So why are they saying, why? Because if you go in the so-called, look at Joshua. Joshua is the one that followed after Elijah, right? After Aaron, and took out people home. He was a warrior. He was a warlord. He followed after Moses, but after he got rid of Aaron, because Aaron didn't make it through the wilderness. Aaron died in the wilderness. Joshua took us out here, right? Took us home, and he took battling all the way. And then God was like this Air Force to protect them all the rest of the story. So that's Joshua. So that means, well, then who is it? Oh, we've been 300. That means Joshua be one of us. Ain't somebody coming from heaven 2,000 years ago, that kind of stuff. That's what Joshua is. That's the name in there. Christ is not in there either. The name Christ is not in the manuscripts, none of them. But this is what you will see. You see, I'm showing you Aramaic, translate from Aramaic, right? I'm going to do this quickly, brothers, since I'm taking shortcuts.
Aramaic Bible in plain English. 1 And a certain man was sick, Lazar of the town of Bethany, the brother of Miriam and of Martha. 2 This Miriam was the one who had anointed the feet of Yeshua with ointment and wiped them with her hair, whose brother Lazar was sick. 3 And his 2 sisters sent to Yeshua, and they were saying, Our Lord, behold, he whom you love is sick. 4 Yeshua said, This sickness is not of death, but for the glory of God, that the Son of God may be glorified because of it.
Okay, then this is so-called, that was the so-called New Testament. So Old Testament, see, same name. So that's how you know that person talking about Joshua, right? They say Yeshua is, they don't have a J, so anyway. And so, and then you go on this, tell you, well, I play a little bit of it.
Aramaic Bible in plain English. 1 And after Moshe the servant of Lord Jehovah died, Lord Jehovah said to Yeshua son of Nun, the minister of Moshe, 2 Moshe my servant has died, arise, cross this Jordan, you and all this people to the land that I give to them, the children of Israel. 3 Every place that the sole of your foot will tread in it, it shall be yours, as I said to Moshe. 4 From the wilderness and the mountain of this Lebanon and unto Euphrates the great river, and all the land of the Kittites and unto the great sea,
Okay, if you go look at the map, that's Arabia, right? Okay, see here? Here it is. In the Bible, the name, just I Google this. Joshua, Yeshua. Well, see, this is the Hebrew version. It's hard to pronounce this one, right? But when they have the one you saw in the Aramaic is Yeshua. It's just a Y instead of a J there, right? Okay, so that's what it tells you, right? So that's the name that's there. It's not no name. No, Jesus is not there anywhere. You're going to find it in the manuscripts nowhere. So where that name comes from? See, it says right here, Joshua is the prominent figure succeeding Moses as leader of Israelites, guide them to the promised land. Who Farrakhan said, we ain't going nowhere. He's going to take us in. He's the warrior. And he's here now. Right? He said he would suddenly come to Elijah's temple. He's here now. He's going to defeat Farrakhan and take us home. He's a warlord. Said he'd been in his 70s. It said Joshua would be in his 70s. It's there, brothers, to read it. Okay, let's move to the next one. See? And that Christ, that's not in there either. That's a Greek word. I'm going to cut to the chase in a minute, right? So if you put it together, you get, because Christ is a Greek word, but the word in there is Messiah. So it should be Joshua the Messiah, but they have you call about somebody Jesus Christ, which is not in the manuscript anywhere. Where did they get that name from? Where did they get that name from? It's not in the manuscript anywhere. Take my word. I get $1,000. You go in the manuscript, find it in there. It's not in there. It's not in the Hebrew, Aramaic, or Arabic. It's not there. Name Jesus Christ, not there. It was where it come from. I'll show you where it came from. Okay? See, right, he said both meaning anointed. It's actually Jesus Christ, we're saying Jesus the Messiah. But then I just told you, Jesus is not in there. So they playing games there. But anyway. Now, watch this. Now, if you, here's the manuscript. Says Hebrew, says Aramaic. Well, if you want to translate English, right, you translate directly in English, right? So, okay, I want to know what it means in English. So you go in, okay, let me translate the English. Translate English. If you did that, you would not get Jesus Christ. You would get Yeshua the Messiah. You get Yeshua the Messiah. You won't get Jesus Christ if you translate it directly. So where did they get Jesus from then? Where did they get this Jesus from? It's not in there anywhere. Okay, I'm going to show you. See? Because he did this. They translate the Greek Jehovah's Witnesses did the same thing with that Jehovah name they made up. And then translate it back. Why would you do that? Why would you translate it to Greek and then translate it to English? Why would you do that? That's the direct translation. Why? Because you got something in mind. You're trying to pull something. Let's go look at it. Now, in Greek, there's a supreme being. Remember, we're talking about Greek now. They translate the Greek and then the English. Because Christ is a Greek name. Okay. Their supreme being. His name is Zeus. He's the Allah of some of the Greeks. He's a supreme being. Name is Zeus. Look familiar, right? Okay, that's a picture of him. Get a picture of him. Zeus, Greek god. And he's supposed to be the god of the sky and the heavens. He's not sky and earth. But he's a chief god. He's top god. But he's Greek god of the sky, right? Right? And the thing is that they don't have a J-E in Greek. There's no J-E in Greek. And I don't think it's in Spanish either. That's why when you see somebody named Jesus, it's spelled just like Jesus, right? But it's Jesus. I don't think they have a J-E in Spanish either, but I don't speak Spanish. But anyway, you don't have a J-E in Greek. You got that? Okay. So, if you want to talk about a Greek god on the earth, see, because G-E, they do have a, like you say, well, G-E, right, is a Greek way. It's like a prefix. Like trans like is a prefix in English. Transport, transliteral, whatever you mean, just moving something. Transport, whatever. So it's a prefix, and you put that first, so that means you're just moving something, right? Well, in Greek, put G in front of something, it means earth. Like geophysics, geology, geometry, it all has something to do with earth. Those are Greek words. All those words I just said are Greek words. They put a G in front of that means it has something to do with earth. So you put G in front of Zeus, then you got God Earth, Jesus. Jesus. Get it? That's where they got it from. Because it doesn't exist in the manuscript. Jesus, that's where they had to do it. And so what happens is that say you come from Greek, you say, my name is Jesus. And you can't speak, you can't write English. Right? All you know is you say it. So the person in English say, okay, he can't write Greek either. So you tell him, my name is Jesus. How you going to write it down? Jesus. He don't exist. Now I give $5,000, you prove me wrong. Don't exist. Zeus is a mystery god, don't exist. And they made up something and gave it to you and told you. Now prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Don't exist. Something they made up. Because they don't want you to see the real Messiah, Joshua Messiah, because that's the one that's going to kick their ass, take our people home. So you be confused because this Jesus do not exist. You won't find the scripture anywhere. You find these translated Bibles, but they translate to Greek and then back. Go to the manuscript and see if you see Jesus anywhere. It ain't there. Jesus, that's where they got it from. God the earth. Because that's what they say. They say Jesus is going to be God earth, right? Is that what they say? This is what Google says about it. Biblical interpretation that Jesus will establish king on earth. That's where it comes from. Now let somebody tell me it's a lie. Tell me somebody prove it wrong. $5,000, you prove it wrong. It doesn't exist. This Jesus don't exist. It's Joshua. And he's one of us. Plus they also give you another name. They tell you right there, oh, the Son of Man, he got wool hair and black skin. That picture they give you, he got wool hair and black skin. They don't want you to know who the real Messiah is. That's the story. I'm leaving it go, I'll leave it there, brothers and sisters. I'll leave it there. That's it. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum. History of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians. Christians, in the name of Jesus, when they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was endured was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 40 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. And it's enduring today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleep with animals. So-called common cold was not common. It didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping our women, they had a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught black, and this was God's will. God's will. The enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? How are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered its people. And you crushed the native people here. When the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they serve. They have no them by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate in the slave and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. That's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? The legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? Gog? Where's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? Where's your mateship? Where's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? Where's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing for ripping off everyone. That's the legacy of Christianity. They've been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
it. Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
And do it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will, you are now turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you are free. Remember that.
make it. Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Put it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our subjection to their will, you are now turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Veteran of Covenant. Okay, brothers, since it's been a year now, and finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years. Right? And so we've been here a year now. And there was an agreement made. A former slave master, he said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and traded for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go to where it's sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we're getting reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. You know, they was listening to Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, you know, they stay there, 6 states, right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with the former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, you know, they were just, you know, did some things wrong, but now they, you know, they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? And you know, I mean, this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we came here. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. Okay, so we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And it's just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they had a big and massive, they came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, but he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told him 6 states to promise him that he would have prepared him for it, right? Their schools and education, whatever they needed for that. But I guess they didn't, because they say over there now he's begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later, it's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? Then say, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no. They say, they looked at the farmers wasn't anything on the farmers said, oh. So then, master, what's happening here? How come right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now master, what's happening here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, and man, they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now, and all the food's gone. It's gone. She said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? So they're praying. And then, oops, no fuel. The master's no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparations, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left. They took that was offered to them. They took it, and you said no. I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they was celebrating. And now they're crying and begging the master, hey, we got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Where'd you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, I mean, no planes, no nowhere. We don't know about fly the planes and drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. Well, what you done that for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So then if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, man. And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to, for them to replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, warehouses full. Then you had to keep they thought that was just going to, I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They ain't, business, they didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he's going to get this for you, but he didn't prepare you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, call on your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? See? You don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because I mean, if you're going to set reparations, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparations, you should be preparing for it. If he said God said that's what he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, to only build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, he tells you, look, hold it. We want total separation from, look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country, you got your own land, right? You got money, $1 million, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours, right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. It's all economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, and all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there. Ain't no integration, that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other. So they're there. So he said, okay, right? So they just say, we're going to take that money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Right? Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation, right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say 1 million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounces, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold, right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold and you got 1 million certificates, each one. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates has to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So if $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold, which that's right, then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing their wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They told to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's all it's worth. $1. Hardly worth anything. Hey, that's our money. You gotta have your own money, you control your own wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me you had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you bury it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. The people still got gold. And even if they take it, hold on the money, hope to increase again, they just use another different certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you was so happy with now, it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything with $1. Plus the economy's collapse because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't know how to get those communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You don't know how to engineer, build a house. You don't know how to do anything because Farrakhan didn't. Right? He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything, right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You still had your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you want to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's what you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you could call your land now. Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe call it Traveland. Farrakhan. Named after Farrakhan. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, come back, Master, I'll come back work for you, I'll work for Popeyes, I'll do anything you want. No, remember, now blacks, either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any places, just in that land that you 6 states. And now you're starving, you ain't got your money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, you on the phone, you talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you. Hey, we finally got rid of niggas. Finally got rid of them. Finally got rid of them. See on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them the reparations. We sold them that used car. You turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See? They could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold it for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. So what? Then what next? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray, 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 pray. That's his answer. Pray, pray, pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Right? Because they thought you think they want to give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? How much that is? If it's 17 million, that's 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. Then they're gonna do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded. Because they closed the border. What you gonna do? You gonna fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, when it was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Farrakhan ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and living to get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here where they, because they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get rid of all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Of course, come here. Disaster over there. And, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold on. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what something they call it right there. That 6th day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh no. Now he went and asked Master Farrakhan Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the bastard said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Farrakhan Muhammad. Master Farrakhan said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You chose, you made your choice, live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with it. Somehow they got the information over to him. Said, would we please come and get him? Nope. Said, no, tell him no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land, you got your reparations, you got your money, you got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell him, talk to him, let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, brothers and sisters, that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, they're not getting more reports on Okay, he says that was Matthew Prophet Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those rides. They came in, all that came in today, man. I came in fast. After a whole year. Total collapse. Now they're begging it, somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, well, we at least send them some food. They begged, said, please send them some food. Master Muhammad said, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send us some food. He says, no. He refused. That's the report. I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that, and he's read to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no way. You made your choice, case closed. Okay, just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.